Welcome, 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 ghouls and goblins, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we are here. I think I'm here, anyways. GameStop went up a little bit. What is that? 4%. Whoa. Who am I? A millionaire? It's going to take a little bit more than 4% to save our portfolio. But I tell you what, it's a good start, right? So, all in all, moving up. And, last Friday we were telling people to buy 21s and sell 25s. Those are looking pretty good, right? Jan 3026. Let's check those out. What? But they're up so much today. Let's look at that. Well, okay. We're going to keep the setting. Morning, homie. Where did this go? I lost my chart. Because I feel like these should be up way more. Ew, it's not giving me data. Is that the right day? Yeah, it is. Very little data available here. That's crazy. You got fucking zero volume on that, eh? Brand new week, I guess. Is why. This one's got a lot more open interest on it. Probably a little friendlier if you're buying, but still not in the money. In the money, there's nothing. All right, we're going to watch that. Because I think it's still a decent play, but you'd expect it to have moved a little bit more favorably. I still think it's a call for today. So we're just getting settled in. I haven't been paying attention too much. It's been a pretty busy week. But we'll get caught up quickly, I think. I think there's too much going on. I don't think it's a lot of call volume, though. Even though it's substantial. Well, maybe the last 30 days is relative because, like, it's not been 30 days since earnings, right? Yeah, it's my third cup. I mean, this looks good. Let's take a look at the 30 minutes. That reversal just sat. Oh, man. We still just want this level to hold, right? We want this bullish breaker block to hold. Entries on this are hot. But I'm not confident in buying calls right now. I am not necessarily confident in that. And if you are doing it, they're pretty long term. They're not necessarily short dated calls. Not great. Let's refresh. I hate how you can't show this all in one bar. Uh-oh. I lost it. All right, we're back. Yeah, so nothing too crazy here, I don't think. Mildly bullish on the 1 month. Relative strength is only 2 out of 10. It's like, you know, this could be very bottom play, right? That breaker block invalidation like we've seen before. But I'm not sold. Like, it's going to take more biscuits than this to win me over, you know? Wrong window. Okay. Tim's going crazy on this one. Do you think insiders are buying today because GameStop looks stronger than SPX dumping this morning? No. I think the insider buying is to get you to expect something that doesn't happen, and then when it doesn't happen, you're like, oh no, I'm wrong again. But, I mean, if there's insider buying, great. If there's insider buying that rivals Ryan's last buy, great, because Ryan bought a big chunk last time, right? If not, I don't care. Like, Larry's gonna buy a fucking little bit of shares, and it's not a lot, right? He's gonna buy an itty bitty bit. Probably other people follow that itty bitty bit pursuit, and that's great. But so what I expect here is a lot of was earnings dump, right? It's just classic earnings dump. And what did people do? They sold a fucking buttload of calls while the IV was high, just peddling those calls out like a motherfucker, right? And, then they're closing these positions, right? Because, dumped it. Or even if they bought puts, whatever. They're closing out this position, right? They're taking their profits. So the market maker is going to fucking say, okay, we're de-hedging that downwards pressure. Up we go. But where does that lead? Fucking nowhere. Because it's not really upwards pressure of any, materialistic nature. It's just like, the shorts taking profits, and then the market maker is able to de-hedge some of that. It doesn't lead to more, right? It's not like there's a bullish catalyst in the future we're building towards, right? Other than Q4, but that's like some time away. You could say your bullish catalyst is Burry's post, but Burry's just going to say everything that everybody already knows, but in a super official manner. And then, now you can say, well, the doctor says it's true. Rather than just being like, oh, these idiots online say this is true. Right? Because it goes from being like hearsay, to this is factual. That's the whole thing, right? So instead of you just being, oh, I think this thing is happening, you're going to get confirmation of that from a valid source, like an authoritative figure. And you'll be able to use that, like, you show people, be like, hey, check out GameStop situation from Michael Burry of The Big Short. Ta-da. So I don't know if that's that bullish of a narrative to push. Because it's not like Burry's offering an out. Like, he may have advice, but there's still going to be time to implementation, right? TTI or whatever. And whether or not it's effective, right? Like, to what degree does this, advice of his actually, affect our bottom line, right? So how long is it going to take to implement? How much will it actually affect us? And, what is that event horizon even like? Never mind the start of it, but like, the payoff of it as well. So I'm not sold on any of this. I'm not currently looking for anything. Like, I think buying the 22s, selling the 25s is okay. Or buying 21s, selling, because we're at 22 now. We were at 21 when we were first saying this. But, basically buying at the money and then selling over resistance, right? So I think that's a viable option. Otherwise, I'm just going to hang out and try to get these more important signals to set, because a 15 minutes set is not a sure thing. Not at all. 30-minute sets is not even a sure thing. A 1 day set? Okay, now we're talking, right? 4 hour, maybe. 4 hours definitely got my attention. Speaking of the 4 hour, there's some things we want to check out. Oh, man, why is the coffee always empty? I'm like Jack Sparrow, but instead of rum, it's coffee. Why is it always gone? On that note, right, we want to check out some things here. How's the PMO today? On the 4 hour. Right, so this could be a big thing for us here. And we need that to set if the 1 day is going to have any chance. If this 1 day is going to have any chance. That looks good. T minus 2 minutes, settle. There's no breakup for GameStop coming. Not the one anyone wants to see, dude. I mean, I get it. It might be up a tiny bit, but like, come on. Come on. So those look good, but you know, if you can't invalidate this buy side, this is rejection town. And I would certainly expect it to hold. But yeah, I've been wrong before. I have been wrong before. I imagine there's a hard rejection there. But we're just going to add this 30-minute 200. And then, you know, when we do go intraday, we can kind of see that where we want to hold. No, not to me personally. Can't recommend. I would recommend selling 26s on your position or 25s. Yeah, and you don't know we're going back to 22, even though Max Payne's there. There's no guarantee. It's a Monday. All right, that is something that adjusts day to day. Keep in mind, right? So just because it's 22 today doesn't mean that it's going to be that on Wednesday. Doesn't mean that it's going to be that on Friday, right? Max Payne really only becomes relevant for us on Thursday and Friday into the close of the week, in my opinion, because we can see whether we're likely at that point to be trending above, which we often do, or trending, you know, basically at it or a little bit below, which 80% of the time. So Max Payne's not necessarily a Monday thing for me. The Gamma's maybe not necessarily a Monday thing for me either. You could check it out mid-Monday maybe, or Tuesday. See, he's right, chat. 2 minutes. See, he is from the future, this fucking guy. How come he didn't know that earnings would gap down, though? No, I'm just kidding. It's fun to be right sometimes. It sucks to be wrong, though. I do suspect SPY will have a turnaround here. I don't think we are all glum all day. I mean, we could be, but I do suspect a reversal at some point today. So yeah, let's just hold that 30-minute 200. Should we look at some calls? These are way up. Not that I'm buying any calls today. I was kind of slow on it this morning. I didn't even pay attention. I'm out of it just this whole week here. Dead dog will do that to you. These are so risky, though. Could have these at 13 cents this morning, 14 cents, 20 cents. Be up about 100%. Okay, we're going to keep watching these. Actually, let's watch 23s. I don't know. They can go anywhere. Yeah, so I think it's mostly just about having a trade plan. Like, if you're willing to stop out at break even, doesn't really signify a lot of conviction in your trade. Right? Like, why, if you're quote unquote that diligent to be scaling out and then buying back in, why didn't you dollar cost average into earnings? Why did you YOLO all of it? Right? Should you not have bought 25% before earnings in anticipation and unknownness? And then either A, have confirmation on good earnings and size in, or B, have shit earnings and protect yourself and then be able to get in at a discount if you still have future conviction on the trade into the, because that might have like messed up your trade plan, right? If GameStop gaps down, then I don't really want to be a part of this for the next 2 months while we reset kind of deal. Or maybe you're getting in on the dip right away. I don't know. It's like we each have our own trade plans, right? And just because the stock moves one way doesn't necessarily mean it aligns with your plan. So like, I don't know. Everybody has to have their individual plan and individual goals, and those are all going to be different from one another. Do 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 do. Said maybe we could gap up after we all had already scaled out fucking 85%. That's the only time you can hold lottos for a gap up. So you got to follow those first steps, right? And that lets you hold through the risk without, any potential danger to yourself, because, you already pulled out mass profits. And if this 10% burns, then I'm still massively green. But if this 10% goes, 10x, then I'm laughing even more. But you can't expose yourself to the, what if 10x if you haven't, you know what I mean? When it's on full risk. That's crazy as all hell. I guess we don't really need the put side. Cover out the puts. Da 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 da. We could even go the other way and look at 22s. Better yet, 21s. Liquidity there sucks. 22s are trading nicely though. When I say liquidity sucks, you can see how like this chart has structure. Like each one of these bars has, movement to it in comparison just to like something that looks like this over here. It just has nothing. Right? You see the volume comes in and liquidity or the structure improves. Okay, these got repriced. Was that it? Yeah. That's today's. The 22s are up too, I bet then. All right, we might have a SPY reversal here, right? Off this trend as kind of expected. GameStop's really going to break out if it does. Shit. I don't know. And that's why tracking call volume, I think, is so important because it is literally what moves the price of the stock. So you can see at the money call volume for being bullish, and you can see out of the money call volume as being bearish, right? And you just have to like be on the pulse of it, which is not something I typically do. So I appreciate the whales chart, I guess. I'll have to become more familiar with this. It should, in theory, but it also, like I said, this is a rejection zone. Like, yes, if we break up over here, pretty cool, but there's about an 80% chance we reject, right? There's a reason it's a buy-side liquidity. And there's a reason people put their stop losses above it. And the buy orders weights above it as well. And it's because that high conviction rejection. Like, this is almost assuredly not going to break this zone. But if it does, then it's like, you know, it's coming through as the underdog, which is like it's going to go because everybody was betting the other way, right? And yeah, I mean, this downtrend could break, and this is the consolidation before another dump. Because technically, I mean, you know, you have your 200 under your VWAP now. That's bearish continuation throughout the afternoon. That's not good. You guys don't even have to follow me. You just need to learn to do it for yourself. It's much easier than you won't ever need me again, right? Shouldn't be too much of a problem. $23 by today, easy, man. I don't see that at all. But I would be just pleased as punch. We're already up like so much. 5%. 520, blaze it. I don't think that's the right number. For me, any number is correct. Yeah, I mean, I don't see us adding another 5% to that. That would be intense. And so that's kind of where we left off. Before I had to take the day, is the technicals were bearish, but everybody was screaming squeeze, right? Everybody's screaming squeeze, which was super suspect post earnings, because that's, when you want to be selling those calls and just like let it drain for the next month or two. Lots of triangles. Oh, it's going to break out December. Merry Christmas, everyone. Just hold on. Like, it's unsubstantiated hype, right? Like, not really backed up by much. Not all triangles have to break just because they're drawn. Like, I get it. It does a lot. But you have to remember how many times these people have adjusted their trend lines to match the newest peak or whatever it happens to be, right? Or low. As we seen, our low got blown out the other day, like last month we lost our downtrend, so where's all the Doritos then? And it's just like any indicator, it's like self-fulfilling, right? Based on the number of people who are utilizing it as an indicator, just like this buy side. It indicates to me that I want to take profits here. If I'm long on this stock, and I get up to this level, fuck me, I am locking in profits, because I know that everybody else knows that this is that level where you fucking take profits. And if you don't take profits, where everybody else is taking profits, where are you going to take them? Down here where you're red or whatever, right? So it's the fact that everyone else uses it that makes it come true, right? So if you just use what's popular, that's literally the whole thing. What's up, homie? How's your day? We got to get some tweets out. Anyone want to be my social media manager? Oh, I need like an agent, dude. I suck at social media. I do the charts, bro. I do, you know what I mean? No speak of the English. I only do the math. Yeah. Boom. Does Burry have 2 R's? I didn't even check. Yes. Oh, we are breaking down too. Yeah, that's not good. That's not. Maybe that is good for GameStop though, right? Boom. Stop by and share your thoughts. Okay. So, can we break through this buy side? I do not know. I tried to buy some 22.5s. When did you try to buy those 22.5s? Certainly not now, I hope. But I guess this is normal. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, chat. I'm just kidding. How excited could you possibly get? We're a beatdown crew. Like, we're like, oh my God, we're going to break 2240. Oh my God. No, but it's the technicals that get me excited. I don't care what the price is, because I'm always looking at the entry model, right? So when I see the stock price of any stock really break above a buy side liquidity, I get kind of excited because if it really does find some traction, like, a little peak above is good, yes. It scares them a little bit, but we need like, a nice bar above this buy side, and, then things can start to move a little bit quicker. Yeah, so if I bought calls earlier, I guess I would consider scaling out here. This is a really, like, you'll notice this high here at 73 and we're back at 0.7. This is a really good spot to scale out. You're saying you got 22 fives? And if you bought them at 10 a.m. here, I mean, you should definitely be selling some of them. Because the Lord giveth and he taketh away. For real, though. But leave runners, right? Like, sell 50%, right? Like, you never got a fill. Shit. But that's okay. It's the, you're too greedy that you, oh, deposits. Okay, so this is kind of that impulsive bar that I'm talking about. That's basically invalidating the buy side, right? This is pretty good. If we can hold this level, maybe you do hit that 2260. Obviously, I can't say that you're going that high, but typically you get a bit of a va-voom here. I would expect it to be a little bit more. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. It helps me get noticed on YouTube, and then we get more people here, and then this doesn't have to end at the end of December. It can continue for the rest of the year, right? Of course, if it doesn't, we're going to try again, maybe in the summer or in the winter again, right? I don't want to leave you guys out for a whole year in the cold. My God, who am I, kitty? Or the dog, I guess, but we'd still be making the videos, right? We'd still be doing the daily uploads. If we can't, get our 100 people on stream by the end of the month, which is our goal, to stay, right? If we don't make it, we'll just go back to our regular videos. Maybe we'll do a weekend stream here and there. But if it does go, then we're going to be here full time. So we should, be focused on that, I guess, if we can, as a community. Trying to get the word out. Maybe I make some specific content that you're interested in, right? Some better performing videos, maybe, than just the daily, hey, this is what happened, and this is what we're looking for into the future, right? My warrants are green on my birthday. We are so back. Dude, it's my birthday this month too. Right? A couple days for me. Happy birthday, by the way. Warrants aren't well, you basically may have bought your warrants in addition to what you already owned. Aren't everybody's warrants at a cost average of 0? Like, I think my warrants are up like infinity %. Yeah, shooting from the hip is crazy. You can shoot from the hip if you get like a Ryan tweet or something, typically. then it's not terrible. Something that drives volume. I think the Burry tweet drives volume, but then he just like didn't tweet or didn't Substack or whatever. He's like, nah, not today. And I thought the whole idea, like, he was like, oh, I can do a quick post now, or I can do an in-depth post that takes some more time later. And then people said, okay, Burry, we'll have it in a series. Just do bit by bit. And he said, okay, we'll do it that way. But then didn't do the first bit. I thought the whole point was to do it little bit by little. Like, I understand you're not done the whole thing, but surely you're done the first little bit. The guy failed to deliver. We go, what, a T plus 35 for Burry? Or like, where are we going there? Shit. Now, was that calendar days or trading days, Burry? You know, I'm not clear. I have fun. Market off the sell side liquidity. 340 average. That's okay. I don't mind that. Are warrants really over 340 right now? Crazy. I thought they'd be down lower again. They must have held their value nicely. Hey, let's look at that because we all know the call chain crushed. Wow, good for them. And that's why I said, you know, if you're going to hold through the earnings call, maybe you want to take those profits from the options chain that we all had, all up fucking massively green, put it into warrants. If you think GameStop gaps up on earnings, which I did, take the profits, put it into warrants. And then, because your calls went to fucking zero, is the truth. Your calls went to fucking nothing. But the warrants went from $4 to $3.70. Oh no. Right? So it's a good place to fucking store that value. And I said that so many times. Fuck, I gave such good guidance on last earnings. It's crazy this channel doesn't have 2,000 people in it concurrently. Literally. We had to do like a PR campaign or something. Maybe I can get into stock twits today. It just logs me out. It verifies and then brings me in for a second, then kicks me out. That's so crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is a wicked spot to take profits, I think, if anybody did have them. Whoa. Okay, I need to find my cell phone. I'll be right back. I have a long-term investing portfolio as well. I will go over that, and you know, it's something I'll be more focused on for GameStop people into the future. They don't really need to know about that right now, right? Like, everything is so high. The bubble may pump more, sure, but everybody just needs to remain in the same boat that GameStop's in and just hold on to their cash. You know, if you want to store it in GameStop and, you know, try to flip it with something we're familiar with, sure, great. It's literally like holding cash to an upside. It's like having cash in your bank account at 20, 21, 22 here that could potentially squeeze to 70 or 80. Like, you know, who doesn't do that? That's going to outperform any, you know, savings account rate ever. She's basically just holding on, and when the market crashes, then okay, I can start to size in, and I assume GameStop will be doing those similar things too, and you won't really even need me to guide you on that because GameStop's going to be doing it, and because Ryan's going to be pretty decent at this. I'm fairly certain into the future once it does fold his way and finally break, but we'll be there doing it too, right? So right now, not our main focus. Something I'm very confident in. You can see I've got I got a fucking list, dude. And each one of these has that one doesn't have a ton, but we got everything locked in. That we're specifically interested in for our custom portfolio. We're doing it. We got it. Even I guess. Oh, what is that? Did Walmart change its name? I meant to the Walmart ticker. Question mark, question mark. I don't follow these things. And continue to add and grow our knowledge base. And, obviously I'm involved in a lot of groups and, I hear things and can bring those to the forefront too. So not right now. Not something that I have gone through in months. When we did have the tariff crash, I did a little bit of a course on it for a bunch of people I know. Got them some nice diversification. But as of late, I've been telling all those people to sell and scale out, and it's not the time to be buying anything for me. Just holding, just waiting to see if I can get a good deal, or waiting, for it to pump even higher, and then you keep scaling out, right? The higher it goes, the more you sell, and eventually you either are all out of the market, sold, and it continues to pump higher, and you're a dummy, or maybe it does accumulate into something, and even if it don't, the market could run into oblivion, and you still just wait for an entry model, right? Even if the market ran to 800 and then crashed again into a local sell side, I just wait for a sell side. You fucking load in here. Anyone who loaded in on the sell side is fucking laughing today. Same here. So this it's all gonna repeat itself so many times. It's not going anywhere. Right? There's always going to be an entry model. Maybe not today, but tomorrow or the next day. So even though your averages may be different, it's just about risk mitigation, and you do that through scaling out, protecting yourself, pulling out that risk. And you're the upside is that you're limiting your risk, but the downside is that you're also limiting your potential upside, right? And that's just something that you need to learn for yourself as an individual, what your kind of risk tolerance is like, because it's going to be different for everybody, right? So I'm pretty low risk. I don't like to take risk. Other people do, because they're I make $250K a year. This is nothing to me. Fucking go ham on it. And it's wow, you're wild, dude. That's really cool. I don't make that much a year, so I have to be very careful with what I do make, right? And because of that, I'm always scaling out. I'm always protecting myself and, reducing my risk. Classic stuff. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Rejecting that buy side. Market structure shift. Uh-oh. That's why it's such a good place to take profits. Always a good spot to take profits up there. Never bad. And that's, you know, and everybody wants to take profits, right? Because that you're out of the trade, and it's so sad because now GameStop's going to squeeze. I'm going to lose like all this profit. But, excuse me, it pays to take profits. And that's why it's so nice to sell, you know, 80%, right? Because then if it does crash, your 20% is nothing, right? It's easy to still be at a, you know, a positive there, almost even if it goes to zero, basically. And then you still have exposure, right? Then if it does go up, you know, you do get your dream come true. Then you're ready and you're on the train already. It's good. Let's see if this is a double bottom on the day. I guess it'd be like a local bottom, considering it. What's this? The other day it held right, like over here. So it's like 1, 2. You know, this could be bottoms, but if those blow out, you know, that's not great. Maya, don't you dare. She always likes to stretch on the 4K monitor. It's like, do one of the cheap ones. Doesn't get the same reaction out of me is the thing, though. What else are we looking at today? I finally got onto StockTwits so we can brag about stuff there. Who do we want to follow? Who's on StockTwits that we would follow? Anyone? Can I have a list of GameStop creators so I can go follow them and then like comment on all their stuff? And then people be like, oh, who's this guy commenting on this? And that's how we get 100 people. 100%. That's how we get 100 people. We'll skip accounts to follow for now. AMCI. How's that doing? Maya, I can't see the screen. Pretty good. We told you guys about this morning. Oh, man. Classic. Classic. 7:02 a.m. Updated watch right at the top. And even before that. Right? What time was this? 6 a.m. AMCI. Top of my list. At 6 a.m. Ooh. Right here. Can you imagine getting in at 360? Not that, you know, even I didn't participate in this, but I'm taking it slow today. You know, I had a rough week, so... but look at the entry model here. Like, that's just classic textbook. And you'll notice this order block invalidate. It's a breaker block now. And then the buy side also invalidates. And you're pairing that with a reversal signal off of a local sell side through a key level, which holds 1, 2 times. And then you get a 21 hold. And then, you know, VWAP being a secondary key level. As soon as you get through that, it's like, halt up. Then it opened, halted up again. Crazy bar. Very nice. And then what do we have here? The 200 crossing VWAP. That's tasty. What's GameStop doing? It's got the same profile. Look at that. 200 crossing VWAP. That's nice. Lots of times when this happens, you come back to test it. Right? Not too shabby. And a day will come where these aren't 110, 68, 94, but it'll be like 200, right? It'll really be recommending plays. Okay, let's watch a weekly. Let's watch warrants too, I guess. Duplicate window. Boom. I think it's GME.WS for me. SW? No, I'm sure it's WS. Send symbol to... No. This is what I want, though. Oh, I was on warrants. Sorry. Stock. And then this goes to just GameStop. Biaffa. Yeah, the warrants are still up nicely. This is a good chart pattern. But again, today we're just looking to hold this 30-minute 200 because that is still chilling, right? And if this holds, then, maybe we can take a look at some entries on maybe something longer term. The 1 hour, it's got some work to do, but it's in a good spot. This is bullish. This is a bullish day. An unexpected surprise. Not bad. 4 hour has got to look bearish still, though. Yes, but... Man, this is looking good on the 4 hour too, though. Like, if we can reclaim... Let's mark this out. Let's call that 4 hour... What? Okay, perfect. Actually, it's in EMA, so I'm not even going to put that. Yeah, if we can not reject this, that's going to be good, because this is probably classic rejection. And then the 1 day, we're going to keep that in mind as well, because that was our last rejection, right? And typically the 200 is your rejection. So that's why, when you clear it, it's really bullish. It's like a point of price separation, because when you're above it, it's support. When you're below it, it's resistance. 15-minute probably looks great. But there's this buy side. We're just pinned here. It's a scary level. Specifically considering how much we ran already and how likely we are to retrace. But, along the 30-minute holds here, this looks great. Looks even better if we can clear this level. Hi, Zazie. I am back. Even though I'll be right back in 1 second. I gotta go put my phone back on the charger. 2 minutes. All right, I've arrived. Back in studio, ready to watch some paint dry. Just kidding, but not really. I mean, anything that happened, like, this is just such a pleasant day, right? So we don't even really care. Up 5.3% on the day. You know, we're straight up relaxing. You start compounding 5% days? Woo-wee. You know where we haven't been? We have not been on Super Stonk all day. Sorry, I've been trapped in world news. GameStop reports who cares about red94.net? No one. It's not mainstream media, though. Like, yeah, sure. Red 94. Bless you, Patrick. You guys like the new Goth Girl? I sure do. Hey, it's an excuse to watch her. I'm just kidding. This is a GameStop stream. We were throw it up. Show Zazie his new mommy. Whoa. I'm basically a Snorlax hollow. Right? She should be the starfish for us in the morning. I'm just kidding. Oh, you guys don't get audio, though. And now I have... Because the audio is important. Right? And now I have... No longer a starfish. She's evolved. Now she's a starbish. Utilization's up there still a little bit, right? That's not 45%. I almost downloaded that, but it says they painted it. So I'll allow it. Yeah, I mean nothing. Is there ever? And there's nothing until there is something. That was the thing, right? So that doesn't hurt to just kind of stop in, say hello, get a good chuckle in. What are you doing? Are we getting into that? Are we getting into that? Just when you thought it couldn't go any higher. You know, if the S&P can reclaim the 200, invalidate this order block, reclaim VWAP, then I'm more confident. I don't necessarily subscribe to the narrative that when the market goes down, GameStop goes up. Now, I know everybody says that's the case, and I do think that that will happen, but I think GameStop will first go down with the market. Like they're both going to crash together. And then once the crash ends, GameStop goes up faster than the market, I think is how it would happen. I'm fairly certain the short squeezes typically happen post crash on the way out of it. Because a lot of people go short during the crash, right? So you get a lot of fresh shorts that you can squeeze on the way out, in my experience. So I don't necessarily think that the SPY going down day by day equals GameStop up day by day, but I think they're going to track together and then, decouple at some point on the way out of the crash. But could be wrong. So this 30 minutes, pretty cool. Just make sure that holds. I mean, the 1 hour order block invalidated earlier. It's just this freaking buy side. Let's make a new post. Oh, I got on StockTwits. What's up, homie? What a pleasant surprise today is. Up 5.5. Just holding our breath. We're at a super duper common rejection zone here. And then I'm trying to make more social media posts day to day, so it's like doing that on the side, I guess. I'm going to drop that 30 minute, keep the 4 hour there. I guess I should brag about the 30 minute. This is important. And then I want to pair that with this. Right? Last time we had that, we ran 16% from the clear of the 200. Uh-oh. Don't show them that. Sorry, 14.6. This is probably better. What about the time before? The time. Back to the Future. Break on 2 minutes. Stop. Spy reversing. This one was kind of a false set, but these ones are smaller. Even the 30 minutes being dog water here, though. We playing this as 2 different signals? I guess. And this was just such Chop Town. All of these were false sets, keep in mind. That didn't even result in like a 5%. But that was during that low volume consolidation period. interesting. It's kind of silly. Technical analysis doesn't. I don't think it really applies. It's like regional formal type stuff, but we all got to start somewhere. I'm just kidding. Having fun. We're not doing anything unless we invalidate, and that's the reason it doesn't matter. So if you don't invalidate this buy side, like what does it matter, right? Then it's just going to be another false rejection, which there were plenty of them there, and you would know that in the moment based on these things. So why even do anything else than what actually really matters, right? Sure, the potential to run to 25 exists, but does it really? Because there's like a big call wall there. And, if we do get there, where we're going to get fucking slapped down from? Right there. So, I just don't find there to be much bearing in giving these, price targets above where we currently are. I'd rather look at resistance points, which are not based on anything like that, If you want to do Fibonacci's, sure, but I'm not sold on it. What I'm sold on is this 1 day 200 being our massive rejection. With this 4 hour acting as that on a smaller time frame. There's about a 90% chance that we fucking get slapped down here. What happens in the coming days? I don't know, right? Maybe we hold the 50, and that's going to actually allow this to reset on the 4 hour. So, that's substantial. Because the 4 hour is even more concrete, right? And is that going to mean this is our new trend? That's a pretty crazy upwards trend. I don't think that'll hold ever. I'll allow it. So because that's too aggressive to be our new upward trend, right? We know that this is probably just a local low, and will probably blow out at some point to let us have a real trend line, right? Because you're never going to have a 40-degree trend line. Like that's just simply too much. But something a little less, maybe that 30-degree or something. It's more relatable, like our older trend lines, right? They're not going right to the moon. They're pretty conservative, specific, right? They were holding nicely here and here big time, right? But then blows out, and just like that, we have to kind of readjust, and we get this new trend line here, right? And now, does that even hold? Who knows, right? And can we reclaim the first trend line? And was this just a massive liquidity grab before a big event? Who knows? Could be. I know a lot of people are probably thinking that, but only time will tell. So we take it as it comes, right? And we did kind of break the buy side and re-challenge it, forming a new local, but on the 1 minute, it's just so sloppy, so messy. In reality, we're just continuing to remain in the larger one. All right, so we got to make that tweet. I like to leave that there as a fucking reminder. What are 22s worth? What is this week's expiry? 19s? What percent gain is that? Did Buddy go back to the future? No, he's rejecting so hard here. Yo, what's up, homie? No, no, no. Are we green today? We're way too green. 500%. Boom. Idea has been posted. Classic. Did I just time the local high for everyone? Across the whole internet? Did we do that? Did we do that? Yeah. I'm sure we come back and revisit, but boom. I mean, that's as good as it gets. When's the last time you had a guy call a local high for you? Those are tweets worth subscribing to. Yeah, and I'm sure we will be green today still. But there's what happens when you have a reversal signal? You reverse, you pair it with a key level breakout, and if you can kind of align a couple of those, because we've got the 200, now we've got this breaker block, right? The perfect two things. Good. What do we need next? What is the next thing that we need in that sequence of events? Reversal signal, key level breakout. What's the next thing? Two words. First word starts with a T. Second word starts with an R. No, not total retard. Trend retest. I'm just kidding. Shit. Oh, we have fun. No, we want to see a trend retest, right? So reversal signal, key level breakout, trend retest. So where is that going to, happen for us? Most likely on the 21, right? On the order block itself, I guess it's a breaker block now, on the 200 on VWAP. So we get this whole area that we're likely to retrace into before we really, go from there. Of course, this retracement is not always met with support, right? Even though there's a lot of it here. I'm just going to keep coloring on it. Sometimes it breaks through and it doesn't hold, right? Sometimes it invalidates and we can all go fuck off. But, that's what we want. We want the reversal signal, which is right here, that 21 crossing the 50, the two lines crossing or whatever, right? So the light blue crosses above the dark blue, right? Your light blue crosses above the dark blue. This is really bad. But, that's happening right here. And then we want a key level breakout, which is right here, right? Basically right after, which happens to be kind of two different ones that I use aligning together, which is great. We like to see that. VWAP, we don't really care for too much, but you could call it 3 zones if you want, right? That was down here. But so now we want to see the price retrace into a trend test. 21 VWAP, our breaker block, even this fair value gap is here, right? The 200, the 50. So as long as price bounces on one of these, you don't know which one it will bounce off of, right? And that's kind of how you judge how strong it's going to be, right? So if it gets caught, well, first off, if it doesn't even make it to the trend and it bounces here, you say GameStop is 10 out of 10 strong, right? This is going places. Holy shit. Because I don't use the faster EMAs, but what that would be is like a 9 moving average would be like right here or something if you were to turn it on. And that shows that GameStop is super strong, right? If it's going to trend on its faster moving averages than a 21, because they exist. They're there. You just don't see them on my chart. So GameStop is super strong if it doesn't even retrace to my 21. If it does retrace to the 21, that's got to be 7 out of 10. Just like this is looking really, really good. I love this, right? VWAP, same thing. There's probably this whole area just because it's so close to each other. And then if it breaks VWAP, it breaks the 200, then you're minus 5 out of 10. Well, not minus, but like less than out of 10. Maybe this is a 4 out of 10 down here. But again, it won't take long for the 50, because the 50 is much faster moving than the 200, right? These are converging on one another. So the 50 is going to cross the 200 like relatively soon. So, maybe that's not, a 4 strength always. That's going to depend, where this is. It's only weak if it's below the 200 and VWAP, but it still has the potential to break those, which is weak, but then still grab trend here and then come back right away. So it would still technically be strong, even though it's on, the weaker scale of the strong or bullish continuation trend retest. So yeah, that's all very healthy and what you'd want to see, right? A nice reversal signal, key level breakout, localized rejection, right, into trend retest, right, find that support, and then, invalidate that, localized rejection area and go. Just as far as if you're looking for continuation here, right? So trend retest here, not a bad thing. And that's why it's so good to be scaling out those weeklies, because, these are going to go from 50 cents to 36 cents, which doesn't sound like a lot. So, 14 cents. But percentage-wise, that's substantial. That's quite a bit, right? And again, it's not like we're up what was 5.5%. A little bit of a cool off is healthy. That's really good, right? And we can turn on those EMAs just so you can kind of see too. I just don't use it. Right, if I turn that on, turn this to a 9, and we'll make it, yeah, perfect. So you see how the orange line is kind of where that support is forming. And that would make it really, really strong if it held, right? But I don't necessarily use the 9 EMA. It's just like, to me, too fast. I can just look at the stock to get that line myself. I don't need it to be on my graph all the time, right? I like to keep it simple. The less things that you have for people to look at, the better, as far as an educator standpoint goes, right? Like, I could put up an EMA ribbon with 50 EMAs on and, always be right at some point. But, are people really learning the entry signals of them crossing one another when you have 6 of them crossing? And it's just convoluted, and you don't need it, right? Just keep it super simple, right? We've got our 2 important ones. We teach you to pair that with a confirmation signal, right? And it's a very high percentage entry model as far as my experience has dictated, which makes me confident to teach it to everybody, right? Same thing with these order blocks and the buy and sell sides. Like, it's really simple. It's not hard to grasp, and it actually means something, right? It's relevant. SPY's continuing to bleed down, right? We had that kind of continuation signal set earlier, and we're like, oh, that's not great. And all signals can invalidate, right? Just because a signal sets doesn't mean it holds, right? But, it's likely that that thing happens, right? Just like it's likely that we reject this buy side doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen. My stock twit's name is 420 No Scope at Hello Good Trades. That's crazy. Man, like I hate for GameStop to go down, but I love calling it. That's just like the trader's curse. So what's driving price action, you think? Any geniuses figure it out? Such a dick. No, but I'm honestly, if you did, you would be genius. What's going on? What? Insider buys or FTD settlement. Perfect. Literally throwing darts in the dark. You selling at the bottom? That's probably more likely than those other two. I'll be honest with you. Just liquidity hunting. Nothing new. Well, I can tell you what it is, and I already did this morning. For the last month, people have been selling calls before the earnings drop, which was likely, right? And that's why we took profits. If I was that confident that we were going to gap up, I would have held full size. But it's, you know, it's likely that we gap down, but, you know, maybe they blow our tits off and they gap up. But, you know, we also were selling our longs, but people were like, you know, probably selling covered calls and maybe even naked calls for quite some time on elevated IV. And you know what you need to do on those positions? You got to buy them back. You got to buy them back. So you see a lot of buy volume today on the chain, and I think that's what this is. It's not necessarily buy to open, but buy to close volume here. Furthermore, those are a lot of short positions, right? The market maker hedges that downwards. Cover call gets hedged down, right? That's why it's a bearish position. When that is relieved, the hedge is relieved, and then, you know, up we go. So, you know, to point your finger at FTD settlement, great. Sure. To throw a dart at insider buying, I bet. LOL. The reality of it, it's just people washing you, sending you through the spin cycle, all while not telling you in reality what's actually going on. It's not me closing out 25,000 naked calls. It's the FTDs. Shit. Yeah. It's a crazy world out there, man. So there's your riddle solved. Which is why I don't have a lot of hope in continuation of this trend. Like, what's the catalyst? What's really driving the volume? I don't think it's... Like, it's good that they're getting out because they're nervous about Burry. And that's why. That's 100% why. Is they're like, oh, you know, there's... Burry's a wild card, right? So I got to, you know, kind of shore up my positions because he could say something that gaps up. And now I'm, you know, I was naked selling calls and now I'm margin called and that would blow, right? So they're taking their profits earlier than they typically would. Typically, they'd let the IV crush longer and just pin it and hold it. But we got a massive potential bullish catalyst right in the horizon. So it's very dangerous to be short of stock that Michael Burry's about to fucking talk about, right? So they're all shoring up ahead of time, which is the de-hedge of the market, you know. But they don't want to tell you that because they're like, you know, I'm not selling naked cover calls. Or well, I guess they wouldn't be covered at that point, obviously. But whether they be their position or their name, I don't know. It's sometimes I wonder because of the volume, like who owns that many shares? There's no way. There's no way that it's all accounted for. No. Not happening. The whole float's just sold in calls. That's impressive, you guys. Yeah, I mean, I recommend anything 25 plus, honestly. I think that's a great idea. But again, just like they're shoring up ahead of time, uh, it's like you have to worry about that catalyst too, right? So maybe you don't want to be selling calls either. At least until Burry comes out and he says everything we already know and it's not a bullish catalyst and there's no implementation model, and it's like, oh, okay, status quo, now we can start selling covered calls again, right? But until we know what the fuck he's going to say, well, maybe hold off on that, right? Maybe we start to hold off on that a bit. But if you had to do it, just do it above 25. Yeah, but I don't think like those people are more in it for the clicks, and people just want to be sold a lot. I mean, that's why they go to church, right, or whatever. Like, if you're scared, go to church. Reality's not as kind as it can be, and people want it to be kind, right? Nature's brutal. So, I mean, the uncomfortable lies is always going to sell more than the realistic truth or whatever. Well, he is an authoritative figure in the industry. It's not like, my dumbass coming out and saying something, or Jackie coming out and saying something, or, even like Biggie of past, or Pickle, or, Girk, whatever, like whoever the fuck, right? Like Bob, or like, insert influencer, unless it's Kitty, and then I'll pay attention. None of it matters. It's all hearsay by fucking internet trolls. Honestly. None of us are better than the other, and some people may be better at socializing and pushing their content. Others may be better at trading a little bit, but at the end of the day, there's no doctorate there. There's no financial degree with any of these people. The network, it exists here and there, right? Like obviously, I'm connected to some traders. And others would be as well in their own networks, but like, not like him. I don't know hedge fund managers. There's that's a different level. And so when you go to show your family, you're like, oh, GameStop's a great investment because they're undervalued, and there's negative beta, and these short positions are like, you just sound like an absolute clown, right? Even if you do get it right, you sound so off base, right? But having an individual who is an authority in the industry give you the 1 to 10 like breakdown, there's no coming back from that. There's no this kid's an idiot, he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like no, like my dad said that, right? On the 30-minute? Yeah, but we got to retrace. The retracement's not bearish. Like, this is still bullish, even though we're retracing. The 30-minute happened some time ago. Right? That happened hours ago. But yes. And you have your key level breakout as well, but you got to hold 22, right? So that's the whole thing, is that 22 on the 15-minute is that 21. That's where we want to kind of retrace into, and, then we can break through, right? If not, it's just the 4-hour 200 rejection. Because it's not like there's only one EMA. Like, we're tracking 3 MAs, and, they all are different levels on different time frames, right? Like my 200 is here, right, on the 15-minute. But on the 4-hour, it's up here, right? So even though it may be support here, it's probably more so resistance here, specifically on the longer time frames, right? So this is, my expected hard rejection. You break that, you're going places, though. I'll tell you what. Over that is hella bullish, but it's not gonna happen. I mean, by all means, you guys proved me wrong, but I've been doing this a long time. Sorry. We'll get there, just not right now. If we do get there, it's gonna, be this afternoon, right? It's on what time is it? It's 12 o'clock. We got 2 hours. Let's cool down for an hour and a half, and then that last half hour, get after it. Or maybe it's tomorrow, right? Maybe it doesn't happen today. Well, so don't use the 1 day. Always use extended trading hours. And just don't use the 1 day. Just use the 4 hour, basically. It will be this afternoon. Stop the FUD. Fuck, it could be right now, right? We talked about that. If it's really strong, and I don't know, but if it's really strong, that means the 9 will hold. And this is the level right here. So if it is fucking cooking, this is it. This is your bottom right here on this orange line. Just like we're waiting for it on the teal or turquoise or whatever the fuck. I don't use this. Again, it's too quick, but when things are really strong, that's what they use. So let's, Is this the paper hand, boy? Yes, sir. Just made it cash. Waiting, man. It's cool that you go do that to other people. More gullet. Man, it's okay. I project too. And I also put others down to feel better about myself. It's classic. I don't mind. Hit me with both barrels, baby. How's Moran's doing today? What's the hopium over there? What's going on? Does he got everybody in a green play? Fuck, I wish there was more liquidity here. Bruh. New high of day. Is it really, though, or is that a double top? He's like, zoom in. It's high of day. So, I mean, to me, this is still a double top. Well, it's actually a quadruple top. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Unless you have a candle open and close above that level, right? So you want to see a candle start above and close above. Whoops. I can't draw the line where I want it. Right? Without having any body on the line. Like, I don't want to see that. I want it to have a gap between the line and then where the candle starts. Otherwise, it's just another localized top. Rogan get left behind. Not really, though. And even if I do, I'm not a scared trader to re-enter a trade on a new bullish entry model, right? Like, I got no problem with that, dude. You know how easy it is for me to find a reversal signal and time a local low? Can you do that consistently? Can you also do that while scalping around your core position and scaling highs? Or are you just going to hold for eternity? And so there's nothing wrong with holding for eternity, but like, why even be here then? You know, if you're like, I'm holding this until it squeezes to $10,000, why would you even check in between now and 5 years from now, right? Maybe, sure. Hit up the yearly call, right? I'm just curious. Ooh, this actually does look nice. SPY reversing too. That's a market structure shift on the broader market. Gambling. That's crazy, dude. Have you been in my Discord? I haven't given a single red call in Discord. So to call it gambling is a little aggressive. Like, I've done nothing but make people money. Like, consistently. All day, every day. And like teaching them too, you know? Like ahead of time. You know, we're waiting for the 200. And then what did we get? Hit the 200 and melt up. Easy fucking 20% for people if they played it. You know? Teaching them how to formulate a watch list so they can do all this on their own without me having to fucking spoon feed them. You got all that, homie? Because it takes fucking practice, man. I've been at this shit for 6 years. It's not easy. Like, you're going to have to like learn some stuff, and then you're going to have to practice and apply it, and then grow some confidence. Like, and if you're not doing that while you wait, then to say that you get left behind. In reality, you'll probably get left behind, dude. You get nervous at some point, act emotionally, and then not be able to get in with confidence, and then you're going to be buying highs and it's going to drop because of volatility. You're like, oh no, because you'll have no technical ground to stand on. Maybe you do, I don't know, but ask again on next squeeze. So did you sell on last squeeze? Because I sold bulk at 77 last time. Like, I got a nice receipt to show for it. Did you? Did Moran's? Did he tell people to sell? And how close did he time the high? Because I was pretty fucking close. Just curious. Or are you still holding from that 77 down to 20? Or I guess it was like 80 or something. It got a little higher, but I'm just curious, man. Could you explain the order blocks a bit more and how to identify them yourself on the chart? When you point to them, I get a bit lost. Well, it's easy to have them automatically present themselves, and then you can learn about them. I learned from T-Trades. Boom, order blocks simplified. Or you could use Chatbot. Or I could explain it half-assed. I actually have a document that goes through it. A long time ago. Pinned messages. Boom. Oh, that's not it. Shit. Uno momentos. Boom. And then we can learn about order blocks together. Understanding order blocks. Perfect. It's almost like I've gone through this already. Definition. Zones where institutions place large buy or sell orders, creating strong support and resistance levels. Look for consolidation before a significant price movement. Then how to trade. Trade price reactions off these zones. Watch for confirmation like break of structure or market structure shift near the order blocks. Now it sounds super simple. but it's about practicing it over and over and over again, right? So let's pull it up and talk about it. This is actually kind of messy. GameStop's hard to utilize. So whenever you have a break of structure form or market structure shift, lots of the times, that's what forms the order block, right? So this is so messy. That's on the 15 minutes, hey? This is messy too. GameStop sucks, but it's still relevant. Typically, it's used for Forex trading. Maybe we could pull up a currency pair. Okay, let's talk about the last one we had. And then let's also have an actual teacher teach you. Oh, here, we talked about this one. It's better on the S&P 500. So we see a localized low, right? Which this was, our high, and then a higher low, and then a higher high, which is a market structure shift where you go from lower highs, right? So this is like a high, this is a lower high, this is a lower high, and then all of a sudden we have a higher high than the last high, right? It's gone from tracking downwards on the highs now to tracking upwards, right? So that's our market structure shift, which is typically what forms your order block, right? So it's a large sell before a retracement in the opposite direction, right? Or an impulsive move. It doesn't have to be a sell because on the other end it's a buy, right? So an impulsive move before retracement back the other way. And lots of the times, this is not super good. We'll get a better example, but the blocks, like they're called the order block because of the way they look, where the bodies of the candles will like line up with each other. So you'll be trending downwards, and then you'll get these two candles that like basically mirror each other, and then it comes back up the other way to what is either a market structure shift or B, a break of structure. You'll have the market structure first, and then as that pattern repeats over top of itself, it's a break of structure each time. So it's basically just like spotting these candles in real time and then plotting them. So we have this order block here, right? We can draw it out ahead of time because we know how they convert. Rectangle. Right, so it's the body of the candle before the reversal, right? So we take the body, not the wicks. We extend it out. And now we expect price, ideally, if you're playing that model, to retrace back into it. Where's my brush? So you'd want to see price retrace back into it for support. And then, the order block is holding, right? Or it breaks through, invalidates, and it becomes a breaker block, at which point you retrace into it and go the other way, right? So it's like an area of price separation. So longs are going to enter close to it, right? Because the risk reward, if you're going, if you're taking a long position here, right, you just would put your stop loss below, right? And that risk reward is really good when you're aiming back up here, right? Because this area is like, 1/5 of this area. That'd be really good risk reward. But then there's also short side players, right, who are looking for this to invalidate, right? So then they, the price comes through, it breaks our order block, retraces into it, which makes it, at that point, would be a bearish breaker block because it broke, right? It broke through, re-enters. shorts are going to go short here with a stop loss above it and aim down. So it becomes an area of like high interest liquidity, like where there are a lot of traders are targeting it, right? So the market maker, their job is to fill orders in the market, an efficient market. That's what they do. So they kind of, move price into those orders to fill them, right? That's why they're called order blocks, because that's where large orders are being filled in this area. This is the party zone. Whether you're right in the party zone or wrong is, that's going to be up to you, but that's where you want to be playing. I don't know if that helps at all, but so typically longs are going to look for a retracement into the block with a stop loss below for, this acting as support, which we can see here, really nice support here, right? And that's the candle form that I'm typically talking about, is like these back-to-back candles that, it's like, what's going on here? This is typically what I look for in real time. There's a good video, order block simplified. This is probably pretty long, but we can go through it if you guys want. Probably say what I'm saying at like a more technical level. Obviously, they're not going to use the term party zone. I mean, that's just trading in general. Like the smaller time frame you use, the less, valid everything is. Just like anything that happens on the 1 minute chart is like irrelevant almost. Like, sure, we like to watch it because we're like, we have literally nothing else to do. We're just like, what's happening? But they don't carry much weight on the smaller time frames, right? And then on the further out you get, the more credence they carry, and then maybe the more you should pay attention to them, right? That's like you'll have a 1 day, like a golden cross here every third day, on the 1 minute chart. But on the 1 day chart, you get the golden cross or the death cross. That's a big deal, for example, right? But on the smaller time frames, it's like whatever. So you still can play it, right? Like, and you could. This is really good if you're playing options, right? Yesterday we had, or Friday, I guess, even on my down day when I should have taken the whole day off, we were feeding you guys. We did some SPY calls that were really good. Based on that. Here, boom, SPY wants to reverse. Market structure shift, order block. This was a negative order block at the time, right? That got invalidated, and now that's a bullish breaker block. So, that's a lot of good things happening. Plus, we have our EMAs reversing. I can call it, right? And then, look for VWAP rejection, I think, right? Scale them out into a potential VWAP rejection from down here. And where did we get later on in the day? Boom, here's the VWAP rejection. We even broke above VWAP a little bit, right? Hit VWAP and rejected. Classic off this morning's reversal, which, we're in right at the very bottom of it. Based off of those principles, right? So, 1 minute, irrelevant, but also that's where you're going to see it first, right? If you are looking for it, that's the first appearance it'll be on, and then you can zoom out, look for it on the 5 and the 15, right? Speaking of the 1 minute chart, what's happening here? Damn. I mean, if we break above this buy side, and so we were talking about if the stock is strong. Oh, goodness gracious. If the stock is strong, then it's going to use the 9. And look where that bounced off of. If the stock is that strong, it'll use the 9. And look where it bounced from. Tasty. So that's, to me, is aggressive. That's really, really bullish. If that 9 can hold, maybe we keep it up for the day. Maybe GameStop's a 9 stock now. I'll be right back. 1 second. I still expect rejection here, but it looked, that's pretty good. What's that, new high a day? Oh my god. Oh my god. A 9 is still holding though, right? So all is good, but still kind of in the rejection zone. But things look so good. Like, what is going on with GameStop? 6%. Stop it. Holy, I might have to get excited. What the hell is happening? Okay, is that other guy here? So here's the problem. Chat, we just talk about him. He stops by, gives us some content. Here's the problem. Is these people are, they're in it to win it. We're all in it to win it, right? And they're like, I don't ever want to work again. I need to retire, so I need $3 million, which I get, right? Totally on board with you, bud. But the thing is that, they're reverse engineering the math. They're like, okay, so if I have 10,000 shares and I need $3 million, I need it squeezed to this amount, and that's fantastic. But not great. So, you're stitching together this narrative that ends up in you winning, right? I have $3 million and I retire. Perfect. And then you're reverse engineering it from there. So I got this many shares, so I need this much price, right? So I'm selling when the stock hits $300, right? And that's great. But how many volumetric events do we go through before we get to that price, right? How many 100 million volume days in bond offerings or whatever dilutionary moves do we go through? Because you're trading GameStop based on price, because you're reverse engineering to where you want to get to. And that's the only way you can do that, because you're not forward thinking, unfortunately. When in reality is you need to be trading GameStop on volume, right? So when GameStop has a 100 million volume day, you're scaling out into that because shorts are covering and there's likely some form of dilutionary move coming from that, because also Ryan's smart enough to know that that's taking place. And you need to capitalize off of that, because if you don't, they're just going to reshort the high, flip the hedge, and they won, you did nothing, right? Why does that sound familiar? So make sure you're doing something, So yeah, will that be scaling out along the way? Absolutely. But you know what? I'm going to be scaling back in, baby. And I have the confidence to do that, right? And other people may not have formed that confidence over the last 6 years. So, talk about me paper-handed? Nah. Will I sell early? Yep. But I guarantee I get a higher sell than you as well. Because I'm going to be scaling out along the way. And you're going to be trying to time the top and miss it. And then therefore, because you missed it, you're like, oh, it'll go back to 90. When in reality, you should have been selling at 50, at 60, at 70, at 80, and at 90. It's called scaling out. Just like you dollar cost average into a stock, so do you out. Because no one's timing top or bottom perfectly. Unless you are, averaging. And then your average kind of takes, even though you sell some at the high, your average wasn't at the high, right? So, but it's smart. It's what you should do. I mean, you do whatever you want to do, of course, but Max Payne doesn't always hold though, right? So even though it's 23 now, by Thursday it could be 24. A grilled cheese sandwich. Man, that's top notch. I get some cheese out of my teeth. It's a secret mission. Yeah. I mean, I know technical analysis on the warrants is irrelevant, but what a nice bull flag. That's good. Excuse me. I'm a disgusting human being. Many apologies. This has actually gone down in strength. I mean, I guess you wouldn't want to chase, right? What's in today's video? We got to start mapping that out. Oh my God. There we go. So, earnings, what else we got? What do we need to hold? Fuck, GameStop's so bullish today, dude. Like, I don't, just talk shit willy-nilly. You guys know that at this point, at least. But, you guys also, like, you know what happens when we blow through this buy side, right? There's a lot of fresh buy orders here. There's a lot of short side stop losses here. If we get up there and interact with them, then we can start to look a little bit higher. Specifically that 23. That's start a week gap down. So we want to see 22 hold basically. Yeah, this looks hella bullish. There's no rejection here. We're cooking. And we're straight up cooking. Which means we have to reject here. GameStop cooking? No, just come on. We've been here long enough to know. We'll see. We'll see. It's a long week. This is just Monday. Oh, shit. Oh, no, that's right. I'm telling you guys. It's just got to reject. There's no way it doesn't. It's simply too strong. Our 6-month trend went from bearish to neutral today as well, which is impressive. Up 6 from the 52-week low. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Still subdued, though, right? Repo all-time low, I'm sure. Not a thing. Oh, God. Simply too much. God damn it. And that's what I mean. I've been here for a while. Like, it's been busier as of late, obviously, with more people participating, but Jesus. It's like, how is there still more? That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, so above this area, we get some potential movements. Let's talk about that. We're doing well, though. We're doing really well. Probably end of day sell off. An hour and a half. Do I have a fourth coffee? I really want to, but that can't be healthy. I would be curious to watch live option flow, I guess. Hopefully one day we can afford to get that. Obviously, I'm not onboarding any new expenses at this time. Specifically because I'm not confident in what it would even add to my trading ability. But, I think at some point as the channel grows and we unlock ad revenue and get, memberships and sponsors, whatever, we can definitely incorporate that into it at some point and, begin to understand it and hopefully capitalize from it. Because it definitely interests me. Specifically for GameStop when there's not a lot of flow, right? Like when there is movement, it's like worth watching. $5.6 volume, 5.9 right now. Yeah, it's just 6 million volume day, classic stuff. The warrant chart pattern is nice. I guess so is GameStop's. At least today. Zooming out, it gets a little tricky, but we need just a couple of like plus 10, plus 15% days in a row. Once upon a time, last time we squeezed to 80. What did we have before that? Plus 5%, plus 5%, plus 5%, plus 10%, plus 15%. They started to compound. They lost control of max pain, and we gamma squeezed. Now, how did that happen? You guys want... Oh, I could teach you something. I might even still have Biggie followed. He did a video on it. Oh my god. Am I in the wrong channel? Is Buddy still making content? 8 days ago, sometime. He gets good views though. Like, fuck, why don't I get those views? I guess just start feeding people what they want to hear, man. I think double G. Well, I don't think it's that either. Holy shit. Okay, let me find this over here. Okay, I got it. This is why we squeezed last time. $34 We can't watch all of this. But he goes through the mechanics that led to our price appreciation last time, which was, a sequence of events that led into a gamma squeeze, right? It would be relative if retail could figure that out. I'll leave that in the Discord if you're interested. Fuck. How the fuck do you spell delivery? Well, there's definitely no B in it. D-E-L-I-V-E. I could have swore that's what we had typed. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's this video. I like how it's not even titled. It's just like numbers. Oh, it's playing multiple times. I do think that this blew up, like he was using this to forecast forward. But I think he did still have it figured out. I'm pretty sure he was close on it. Where Kitty buys a ton of shares, right? And then he tracks the delivery of that because he sees it obviously, like, he knows that the daily average volume on GameStop is 6 million, right? So he buys $100 million worth of shares. He knows those need to be delivered to him in T plus 35 or whatever it is. Obviously, they've got figured out. Then he watches the volume and it doesn't there's nothing. It's like, well, where's my, shit? It should have been, where is it? I can't see it because it's such a large amount based on the declining average. It should have showed up. So there's no price improvement, there's no volume to align with his massive order. And then, they obviously have to come through with that, on the specific time frame or whatever. I assume it's T35. Again, I don't know. At which point he squeezes the chain locally, right? Just buying at the money calls, just out of the money calls in bulk, forcing the market maker to hedge into the forced delivery of the shares. And that's where you get the actual fucking squeeze from, as far as I can tell, Now, whether or not some whale is going to do that for us again, or maybe retail can figure their shit out, time will tell. Or GameStop will just slowly squeeze them as well, right? Because that's, definitely in the cards. You got to get the Ultimator 5 to glaze you. It's funny but true. Oh man, I cannot stand how society is using the word glaze. Stop it. Oh my god. You need the super stonk bukkake is what you need. Now that's how you get the views. Right? I think if we can grow a list of creators, then we can start commenting on their stuff, and then that will kind of grow our awareness. Because obviously, we're not too far off, right? It's not like there's not a rejection area here, or we wouldn't be indecisively just like sitting in it. If this was not rejection, we just would rip through it, no problem, right? So it's either A, this is rejection, which you should be protecting yourself in anyways, right? And if that's correct, you're going to break down from it. Shitty. And maybe it does invalidate and you go, but the reality of it is this is an area of indecision for the stock. And if you're long on it, you got profits. Hell, I mean, if I were you, I would scale some profits and confirm the win, and call me a paper hand if you want, but like, you can play again tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. But what you need to be doing is be playing these signals. They are not just there randomly. Like, they don't have a 100% rate. Nothing does. But, they mean things, right? A lot of shorts loading up here, A lot of people selling weekly covered calls here. Hell, man, we're way up on the day. Why wouldn't you sell like... I mean, I'm not really into selling 23s. And the rest of the chain's not really worth a ton. But, hell, collect your $100 on your $3,000. Well, I guess it's only $2,200 now, but still, yeah, it's like a percentage, and it's short term, and even though it's not worth a lot, you're just doing it every week, Currently, personally, not for me, in the wake of Burry, I wouldn't want to be, in front of the train. And I think that's basically what we're seeing here is, a lot of people saying, okay, you know what? Let's take the W, right? We sold a shitload of calls. They printed. We're going to buy to close, right? Buy them back to close, which is a D-hedge, and away we go. Doesn't mean that this will persist, because once that's dropped, like, we're still just status quo, which is consolidation. It's status quo doesn't necessarily imply bullish trend. The absence of a downwards pressure is not upwards, right? Like, this is the upwards, and then it's going to balance off and just, straight line or flat line. So, I don't think there's much to look forward to. But I'm wrong lots. And I would love to be wrong in a big way. You have no idea how wrong I want to be. Yeah. Everything I use is free other than I use too many indicators on my chart at once. So like I pay for TradingView. Like, I've got like an upgraded package here, so I can use just a buttload of different indicators at once, because I'm that guy. And I even try to trim it back for people, but $21 still holding. Or sorry, not 21. I'm not using the 9. The 9 is still holding. Don't say that. We got a locally sourced Donkey Kong Bonanza and controller for the nephew for Christmas. I don't think GameStop revenues are really counting in Canada anymore. But, you know, you can do what you do. Where else am I going to get it from? I'm doing my part. Actually, I haven't opened a single power pack, but, you know, I do what I can. Hopefully, you guys are all making bank hanging around me. You should be, honestly. And then you can, like, buy some power packs with your gains, you know? Throw it back into the fire for me. No, I mean, save it and compound it. Buy more shares. Shares are going to pay more than your power pack ever will. But if you feel the need to burn money, that's a great place to burn it. If this rejects here, I'm just going to scream, "I told you so" in tonight's video. That's just going to be it. No, I'm just kidding. Do these other creators give any callouts ever? Or they're like, hey, this is a good contract to buy, right? Or are they just like, GameStop is up today? Because that certainly is actually, like, that's easy content to create. Just like, you're a weatherman at that point, basically, right? It's going to be cloudy. We'll see how this unfolds, though. Should we put up a little bar here and then we can switch to a smaller time frame? Yes. So that's a good lesson. Like, this is like basic stuff. Just highlight your levels on whatever. Like, this is we're on the 15-minute chart here, right? I'm going to highlight this level. Right? And then we're going to transfer that to our 1-minute chart. Because typically we don't have that, right? But now that I've drawn it out, we get to see it. So let's see if we can consolidate here longer, hold this bottom band, or maybe even break above the upper band. I don't know. It screams bearish here. Like, you know, we have on the 1 minute, I gotta get rid of the 9. Perfect. So we have our bearish signal setting, right? Can we pair that with a key level breakdown, which in this case would be the invalidation of this bullish order block and or the 200, which is a long ways down, right? This is like, what was happening here on the 1 minute? Jesus. That's so ugly. Most content creators are shit in GameStop outside of Jackie. Jackie does not do terrible. He's okay. He's okay. He actually lives, I think, quite close to me, which is unique. Because I live in the middle of nowhere, and it's like, who else is doing this? And then of all the people doing it at what I would say maybe a competitive level to myself, it's like my neighbor. Like, that's like, what the hell? It's so weird. What do you do, though? It's something in the water, man. Where are you guys sourcing your coffee from? I got to get on this blend. SPY market structure shift, right? So you see how the market structure shift is appearing at the same time our order block, right? And then if we can have, you know, a peak, a pullback, and then another peak that blows out the top, like say this is the peak here, right? And we retrace down and then blow through it, that would be a break of structure because it's post market structure shift. And we could potentially, depending on the candle pattern, create additional order blocks. Now, some people like to wait until they stack up and they have multiples, and they're like, okay, this is, a trend with confirmation. So yeah, as far as my trading tools, this I've made myself because I'm a day trader, but it's still relevant to GameStop and was created through my knowledge of GameStop. If you just go to like my profile, I guess, then it's under scripts, which is pretty cool. And then I have the cash floor one for people too. But this is like 1,700 views or something, 1,822. Right, that's like actually impressive. And I've got like a write up on how to use it, right, which is pretty good. And this is just discovery through TradingView in itself, like people liking it, I guess. Because I'm not like name dropping GameStop or anything. This is just like straight up technical of what it does and how to use it, which I learnt from GameStop. Because it's about volume and balance, right? So this one I made myself. The order blocks and the fair value gaps, that's Lux Algo, insider trading, or inner circle insider trading, inner circle trading, or trader ICT, which there's like some big dogs involved in that. It's just repackaging, overcomplicating, support and resistance, supply demand. Yes. But you have to put words to it, which is the thing, right? Because, to be saying, some of this stuff, like you can say bullish order block and imply, quite a bit. So some people, maybe don't like it. Personally, I have quite a bit of success with it, right? So I think there's lots of people talking about it online if you're interested in that. But again, at the end of the day, it's super simple stuff. It's support, resistance, supply, demand, But that's literally all trading is anyways. Like, it's just a matter of understanding it. And this is a way to understand those things visually in real time if you want to learn them, right? Because not everybody, specifically a new trader, is able to say, "Oh, that's a supply zone or that's a demand zone." But look at this. Now we have one right here, right? And not only do we have that, but now we understand how the price interacts with it, right? With the stop losses and limit buys being above it, for example, on this buy side. It's just something that not all traders have. So it's a very good beginner principles, right? To kind of, get your footing with. Just like I use just a couple EMAs, right? And we just play reversal signals, pairing it with a key level breakout. It's super simple stuff. Like, of course, we could do more advanced things, but do they perform any better? Maybe in niche scenarios, but we're talking, just like groundwork level base knowledge, day one training. So keep it simple. This does not look great. Oops. Almost gave away the truth. Was that a Freudian slip? My bad. What do you use for a scanner? Just my broker. So I use different scanners, I guess. So let me pull that up. This is the first one. Oops. Oh man, my filters keep getting reset though. That cannot be. No, here it is. And I shared my filters in chat earlier. So I trade volume imbalances, right? So Typically, you can trade this on anything, right? Like I do S&P 500 dailies the same way. But you can trade large caps this way, but I typically am looking for small cap stocks, right? So this is just like my broker, right? Which we're all getting the same data. My filters, which I shared this morning, volume more than 10,000, market cap less than 50 million, relative volume greater than 2, trades over 10K, change in percent over 0, right? I don't want anything that's negative. And then we get this list of stocks, right? And then I sort them by trades, and I monitor relative volume. And well, I also look at all of them to look for an entry model, because it's not just that they're on the list, but it's pairing it. So this morning, AMCI was top on the list, right? And we shared this. We showed you all how to find it too, right? We shared this in the Discord. And like, not just shared it, but I taught you how to find it for your fucking self. 5:05 a.m. Today's watch list so far, right? Taking a look at it. And then I had this wrong. I had it fucked up. I had it backwards because I just got up. But I had greater than 50 million market cap, which you should still check. But you want sub 50 million, which I did fix. Anyway, somewhere here I said fix. Oh, here. Also keep these names for less, or these settings for less than 50 million, because I realized I fucked it up. So here's the actual settings for today with the minus 50 million. AMCI was the top watch for us, right? At 6:04. And then we even updated it at 7:02. Right? 6:04. Right here. We're letting you know that this is on watch. And then we're updating it at 7:04, letting you know it's on watch. Before it goes from $3.50 to $9, right? So we're utilizing these settings to monitor relative volume and the number of trades. Like, that's just basically how we dictate what to look at, but mostly hunting relative volume plays. And what that is a low daily average. That's why people track GameStop's daily average volume. Because the lower the volume gets, the more prone it is to parabolic movement when volume hits it. When you get the relative volume, like in comparison to its average. So you have 100 million volume day on GameStop when the average is 6, it's going to send the stock up hard, right? And this volume imbalance takes place all across the market. And that's GameStop taught me it. So look at this. Our 30-day average volume here, 3.77. Okay? Our current day volume, 10.8. And I think it might even be higher than that. Yes, current day volume. Sometimes my chart fucks up. 83 million. So we have almost 100 million volume day on a stock that has an average of 3.7. And that is all that this is about. That's my whole trading, is that. And this is what I look for. This is how I find it. But I also watch for news plays, right? So Nuntobot, I don't even know how to spell it. This. You can get this, and it just gives you news alerts, basically, but you can also just use Stock Titan as well. There's so many news scanners. There's 100 different brands of them. I like Stock Titan as well. You go to the live news feed, and then you can just, every single news that comes in, you're looking at it. Plus, now you can apply the same filters if you want to your news feed, right? And then you over the years know that this news is bullish, this news is bearish, And then when you see a stock that fits your parameters, because you've got the filters set onto your news feed, it's a small company, it's got low daily average volume, whatever. the market cap, because you're kind of getting it on in early. The chart, I guess you could look at, and then you're judging the catalyst. Is it enough to drive the volume to what would push the stock? So you're looking at the stock, making sure it has a small market cap, making sure the daily average volume is low. Because if the daily average volume is high, then it's not going to move, right? That's kind of sad, but it's the truth. And then the other things you're early on, so you're not really caring about the trades. You're not really caring if the relative volume is low now because you're in on it early. So like, not all news is the same. Like, sometimes there's theme news. Like last year was quantum. Anything quantum was ripping, right? This year it's robotics. Last week it was weed stocks, right? So, you're pairing, like it's still the same where you're looking for volume imbalances. But in this scanner, you find what's already moving in the market when you wake up, right? What's moving and what did I miss? But you can catch it in real time. Like this just hit. It's penny stock. I don't play penny stocks, right? So I don't care. But it's just always watching the news as it comes out and looking at any of them that fit your profile, right? And then if it does, and you find the news to be bullish, like say, they cure cancer, that's a go, right? They cure Alzheimer's or something. Like, obviously those things don't happen because we don't have cures for them. But, a company with 20 million market cap receives cash buyout of 100 million, right? Or something like that, right? Where, there's this fiscal number that is multiple times higher than what the company is worth. Sometimes it's revenue or contracts, right? Any news like that is like, hammer it. Specifically when you compare it with a small market cap company, because it's just like when a company has a really low daily average and then you throw a lot of volume at it, it's really easy to have that go parabolic or expand the price rapidly. So too is it easier to move a company that's not as fat. So the market cap is the weight of the company basically, and the lighter the company, the easier it is to throw it up in the air, right? When volume hits it, because that volume is dollars into the company, right? So you can inflate a $4 million company, at 10x the rate that you can a $40 million company, and 100 times the rate as you can a $400 million company, and like 1,000 for $4 billion. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy, right? So the smaller companies are much easier to move, right? So, kind of pairing those two things together, and now you just have like a consistent stream of explosive plays. And that's small cap trading. That's how you trade small caps. Start to finish. Of course, you will need to manage your risk with an entry model, set your stop loss, etc. But what did this do today, right? And we'll look at it on the 4 hour. $230% because of the volume imbalance. Classic stuff. And I can point these out every single day because of the pattern that GameStop taught me through its first squeeze. I didn't know. I had no idea what a volume imbalance was. And in GameStop's case, it was really, really low daily average before the first squeeze. Like, there was nothing on GameStop. Like, it was whale teeth from OAS all day long. It's almost like someone warned people about this. Good time to take those profits, bud. You could have sold at 50, but now you're selling at 37 because you didn't want to listen. Womp, womp, womp. So yeah, GameStop taught me this, right? Because GameStop's daily average going into the first squeeze was non-existent, right? And then they had a series of bullish catalysts that drove volume. And that's what it is. It's a low average plus something that's going to drive volume, right? And that's why I watch the news, because PR or press releases drive volume. There's algorithmic traders that are just like all scanning the news. Every single PR that comes out, these robots are just like, you know, hyper fixating on everything. And you get these wild news pops. So always watching the news, always just watching the like, it'll pop up on the news first before it gets here, right? Nor is everything on this list good anymore. But at one point during the day, it was good. And then, yeah, so it's like GameStop was dog shit. You know, they had a low market cap because it was shorted to shit. It had a high short interest, which was even better because that short interest is additional buying volume, right? When those shorts start to close or hedge, whatever it happened to be, that's volume, right? So that's something that's driving volume to the stock, which increases its relative volume, which makes it move more, right? So you had like a series of things, like Burry was there with the share buyback, and Cohen bought in, and Kitty was doing his thing. There is a lot driving volume on a liquid, low volume stock that was at the time a much smaller market cap company and easier to move. Will we still move now? Yeah, sure. But it takes more work now than it did then. Yeah, thanks for watching. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel. Don't let anyone know that I called the top at the 4 hour 200 though. They'll get upset. They'll call me a shill. Ay. No, that's okay. Let's have this drop down and then I can do that, and we'll be back tomorrow. So we lost the 9, that means, right? Yeah, we definitely have lost the 9. And I don't use it. I'm not a fan. Because people using the 9 expect it to hold, and I'm not using the 9, so I don't expect it to hold. I expect a retracement to the 21. And look where we are. Cute. Nailed it. Look at that rejection. Who could have warned you ahead of time? Man, brutal. Sorry. Let's make a new post and brag about it. What a dick. I hate social media. What is our... Actually, that's more than 25%. That's 30%, right? Yeah. What is that? I'm 420 no scope, the one and only. Yeah. Is that what it comes up as? It should come up as that logo trade, I hope. I do see it as 420 no scope though, which is my Battlefield name. You may see me at the top of the leaderboard from time to time. How's AMCI doing? Not great. It comes up as hello, good trade. Perfect. As intended. Calling the local top. Man. Was Moran's able to do that? Just curious. I would love to teach him how to trade. I got nothing against the guy. I like his astronaut helmet. I like his attitude, his energy. Fuck yeah, dude. I like that guy. That's fine, man. I'd love to teach him how to trade. Could you imagine him if he knew how to trade? Oh my God. Is it? Pro Style 72 as Tolly? No, there's no way. Tolly always, he's like, man, I miss hanging out with you. It's like, come on YouTube. And just still don't see him. Hi, Maya. Where is he? Dude, I got Maya a bunch of cat toys yesterday because I went Christmas shopping, mostly for my cat. She's been revved up since last night. She's on the catnip. She's on the feathers. Look at this thing. She's like, yeah, look at that thing. She's a little played out right now, though. We've been going hard. She got 2 new scratchers. One of which is like twine. And the other is cardboard, like her previous ones. And then some cat snacks, which we've not bossed out yet. Maybe we'll get some of those after stream here. Yeah, I mean, classic readout technically. So, people who want to talk shit about ICT are welcome to, and they're going to talk shit about anything, right? But the reality is you can use it fairly consistently because that's all we use to predict this low or this high. And we're well, this is rejection. You're in the rejection zone. You know where we're not anymore? In the rejection zone. And you know what we're doing? We're rejecting from the rejection zone. So, that's how it goes, and if you had a nice break above it, then, you are going to interact with those fresh orders and go above it. But, like a 90%, 75%, like a high percentage of the time, this is your zone. And they act accordingly, So where do we get caught? Because that's what we're looking for is a reversal signal, key level breakout, and then trend retest. Where does that trend retest? Obviously, the 9 was holding the whole time until it broke here, but I'm still partial to a 21 or a VWAP retest, right? At which point, we hope to see it expand for more, but it's the end of the day. This is, do or die until tomorrow. And, what happens tonight? Are we gapping up tomorrow? Are we, opening at parity? Do we gap down maybe? Who knows? The market was kind of red today, but still, 680 is not terrible. It's not 700. It's not 650 though. So, it's okay. Yeah, the scanner. We talked about some day trading stuff today. We don't really need to do that. It's kind of supposed to be a GameStop stream. If you're interested in any of that, just learning how to be a trader, we're going to do that in the watering hole. All the GameStop stuff is in GameStop. If you ever have any questions, please don't hesitate. I'd be happy to help. And, if you make a bunch of profits, then you can come back and support. I'm not going to charge you guys on the front end, at least until I get sick of it. Maybe I do this for a year and nobody's supporting me and I know you're all making money. And then I'm like, okay, you know what? We gotta change something here. But for now, I think, I'd like to just do it on the front end. And, obviously it's just increasing my, consistency as well, right? Because, there's one thing taking a trade for yourself. A level of conviction. I'll manage the risk. I'm aware. I know how to do it, but I don't know if you know how to do it. So I'm always, I'll trying to feed in the higher conviction plays. And so far, that's actually been working really good. Like, at least get you guys on the right note. This ended up being dog shit. It was pretty good off the start, and we did get good gains out of it. But China. I don't like China plus news. Normally sucks. But the volume profile was good. The current day volume was ellipsing the average day volume right at the beginning of the day on a low market cap stock, right? So you can kind of learn the volume imbalance, right? So then it's like kind of pairing that imbalance with a technical, right? This is a good example too of how the scanner works. Just to learn. You guys can learn. Just like I'm teaching you guys the buy side, this buy side liquidity, at a certain point, it's going to be burned into your brain because you've heard me say it so many times. You see how the price interacts with it so many times, and now you've established a pattern, right? That has, a high percentage to, what's the word I'm looking for? Cohere with itself. Like, there's coherence to a high degree of certainty. The 21, yeah, it's kind of holding, but I don't know. It doesn't look great. And it's the end of the day, too. Like, so anyone who didn't take profits when they should have is now racing to the door to get out because they're like, oh, my God, the day's ending, and I don't want to be in this tomorrow because who knows what happens. And instead of selling at 50 cents, I'm selling at 30 cents. And, in another 25 minutes, I'm going to be selling at 20 cents, because I was unwilling to accept reality in the moment and take top dollar. And if you were still bullish on this trade, why wouldn't you scale out at 50 and then buy in at 30? Fuck, that's good gains, dude. That's like percentage-wise pretty decent. People see it and they're like, well, it's 20 cents, but that's like almost 50%. That's like percentage-wise massive, right? So always think of things in terms of percent. So a little bit better. Our 6-month flipped bearish again off the breakdown. It was neutral. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Still a good day, though. Even with an end-of-day retracement here, it's still a really good day. Anything else for the end-of-day recap? Anything we should mention? Because I'm going to start filming that end-of-day video soon. Let's check Super Stonk again quick. Interesting. I mean, AI articles, it's just like... Dang. Nothing. Even less of nothing. This is unironically the best post here. Shit. I like Larry too, but not much happening there. Okay. I can't see. Man, I'm getting crushed. Brutal. Good news is the contracts are kind of holding that 30 cents here, even though they should probably be leading down more. Very low volume on them, though. Man, we killed it again today. I hate to make a bearish post. Probably a good time to pull profits at this local 15-minute buy side. Oh no, 4-hour EMA rejection zone, especially on any weeklies. GameStop's already 5% up on the day for commons. And then 22s went from 12 cents to 75. 500% gain. Ay. Classic. SPY breaking down too. Just watched the video about how RK caused the squeeze. How much stock do you think he put into that? Okay, and so we also don't know whether he bought stock up front or whether he exercised old options. There's an unknown to that also. And I think it's probably the latter for him having already had options that he exercised, because that's what forces delivery, right? When you buy stock, I'm fairly certain they just dark pool it, right? But when you exercise options, that's coming lit exchange from my understanding. So I think it was that. And, about $500 million worth. I don't know, like a lot. It's there's a lot of uncertainty to that unless you are Kitty, right? Like, but I think the thesis is like, I think it's more likely that than swap day, because doesn't that volume they can disperse over, but a gamma squeeze is like that happens in real time, right? And it's also maybe a reason why he's able to call it out, because he's the one saying squeezed ya. And it's so like the thing is like people say, oh, he called out these swap dates, but you can't call that shit out. Like they could roll them ahead of time, or like, there's so many hidden levers for traders that only the trader pulling the levers knows of. So I don't know. It may be wrong, right? But I remember at the time thinking that, this is interesting, right? This may be it. Of course, we're going to wait and see. Is the next squeeze, does Kitty show up the next time it squeezes, or do we get a squeeze without Kitty? Right? Because that's probably going to, if it happens again with him and we can kind of trace the similar pattern happening, then it's like, okay, this is it. But maybe it happens without him, and then, that gives maybe more credence to the swaps, being unwound. But I think that once they're bundled, they are unwound in a fashion, that's not negative towards the unwinder. Like, obviously still painful, I'm sure, but they're not gonna say, oh, we've got this swap to roll, and we're gonna have to do it all just on this one day. And I think it can be done little bit by little bit as well, right? Like, just bleed it off. I don't know. I'm not a swap expert. I'm a technical analyst. If other people can figure that shit out, great. I'll tell you when the stock is going to dump on the day, okay? Or when it's going to rip up, So there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of potential, wild goose chases, right? That I don't necessarily dedicate my time to, because was busy learning about what a buy side liquidity is. Things like that, what a volume imbalance is, and then not only that, but fine tuning, a specific set of principles that I utilize day to day to capitalize off of it. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm a hedgie's worst nightmare, specifically short side, because I like to go long. Luckily for them, I don't have a lot of liquidity. I'm small fry, right? And I don't have a big following to push that liquidity either. So yeah, I'm okay. You know, they're going to leave me alone. The PCO day from just before the second squeeze was how I decided when to enter. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Like, I tried to figure out that emoji chain for a little bit, and I was just like, what am I doing? Like, this is crazy. Oh. But I'm like, you know, I'm sure there's something there, but I am not necessarily the one to figure it out. Maybe one day, you know, I've you know, super wealthy and I don't necessarily have to care about the technicals anymore, and then I can like throw on the tinfoil for a weekend and rip the bong and, you know, dive in and figure it all out. I'm sure, but I have to be responsible right now, like, and it's not chasing hype. It's not you know, doing the goose chases. So one day I'd love to get there. You know, if that was my whole day and I just got to, you know, bullshit on stream about these crazy ass conspiracy theories, basically, like, great. Absolutely. You know how much easier that is than tracking this and then calling it out with confidence for people ahead of time? You know, that's so much harder to do. Oh my God. You know, I could make up some crazy tinfoil infinitely easier. And that's why they do it. That's why they do it. It's because it's hard to be a good analyst, you know? Not everybody can do that specifically consistently. But I don't think it's too hard. And I don't think I'm too special, right? I'm just your average guy, you know, high school education. Well, I guess I've got post-secondary too. A little bit of trade school, I guess, right? Was an engineer for some time, but not long. You know, not even really doing engineering-based stuff. Just a grunt to listen to other, you know, changing filters and fixing pumps. You know, pumping oil. Not too much. Doing lab samples or whatever, but plowing snow. A lot of plowing snow, you know. Nothing too exciting. You know, not building any engines or anything like that, right? Just hanging out, mostly. Watching charts, you know, tracking trends. You know, that was a lot of the job. Yeah. And I did that, all of it, online. Like, it was correspondence. So I just like did it while I was at work, and then did the courses, not the courses, the tests I would have to go in for, but no dorm room experience or anything. Which I was recently thinking about going and doing again, because power engineers make a lot of money, and I could easily pass those later years that chatbot's out, right? Because you have to actually had to know math back in the day, right? You don't have to anymore. You can just like super cheat, which I think is not a bad idea. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, then we're going to film our outro video for the day. I'll be back in 2-3 minutes. Thanks for watching. Leave a like on the live stream here. It really helps. All right. I am here. Let's do this thing. Might take me a couple tries, as it always does, but we'll get after it. I'm sure wrap up by the end of the day. Ow now, brown cow. What are we talking about today? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a great day. Having, I won't even say it. I have to. I can't not. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a great day, and thank you so much for taking the time to join me in on this conversation about GameStop, checking in as I took the previous Friday off, and then it was the weekend. We did have a loss in the family, unfortunately. Good old boy. But, coming back easily. I shouldn't even say that either. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and thank you all so much for taking the time to stop by and chat about GameStop with me as we had a green day. Could you imagine that? GameStop being green? Are you sure? We better double check. So, my thesis on my thesis, earnings had really high IV, and we had a ton of calls being sold to open. And I think that those are being bought back before wildcard Burry makes his appearance, right? A lot of uncertainty. No one really knows what he's going to say. He could blow up GameStop, literally. So I think a lot of people getting out of the way ahead of time, right? So buying to close those calls is going to have the market maker de-hedge the short position, which is probably price improvement. And we see that today. So, a lot of people, saying, oh, it's ETFs or it's insider buying. I don't think so. I think it's simply people getting out of the way of a potential uncertainty in the market, right? Now, if Burry comes out and he doesn't really say much, I'm pretty sure that downwards pressure is reapplied, right? They're going to attack it until next earnings, and then, the pre-run up, they'll pull back, right? Something we see time and time again. So don't get super hyped up, because I don't think that there is really any reason driving this price improvement. And we also don't necessarily know when Burry will post. He has failed to deliver on us a couple times now, but, I think he is still a man of his word. It'll come out eventually. It'll just take a little bit of time, and we're all very used to waiting, so no problem there. Technically speaking, I did call a local high before we get into it today for everybody. You can follow me on StockTwits, right? So we're into this 4-hour 200 and the 15-minute buy-side liquidity, right? Probably a good time to pull out some profits at a local 15-minute/4-hour EMA rejection zone, especially on weeklies. GameStop's up 5.5% for commons, and the weekly, these are the December 19th this week, the 22 calls went from $12 to $75, a 525% gain, right? Telling people to scale out ahead of time, and if only someone would have warned you, because would you look at that? Did we reject that area? Well, we certainly did, and the contracts got absolutely melted by over 33% so far, which is a bummer. So why not just, scale out on the high, confirm some profits, and if you want to remain bullish on your trade, buy the support. Why hold through the retracement to the support in hopes that the support holds for a new high? Because in reality, you don't know that will happen. I'm sure we're all bullish biased on GameStop, but the support could break and, you could trend backwards and give back your profits. And we don't want to see anybody doing that. So on the 15-minute chart, right, where do we get that? This buy-side liquidity here, very strong rejections from it previously. And then a massive runner into it, right? So, it's textbook rejection. If anybody didn't see this coming, maybe give your head a shake. I don't know. If I can call it something ahead of time like that, everyone should see it coming, specifically if they're following us on their socials. But with that being said, we have a 15-minute reversal paired with a key level breakout, pairing that with the invalidation of this bearish order block, which, now it's a bullish breaker block. We revisit it and we expand outwards. Classic. And, we're going to move that out to the 30-minute because sometimes the 15-minute can give us false sets. So we see the same thing here. Here's our reversal signal, the 21 crossing over the 50. Then we're pairing that with the price breaking above our key level. This is going to be the 200, right? It's holding that for now. So that's going to be really, really good. A trend retest is okay. There's going to be a lot of sniper entries looking to get in on a trend retest because that is how this sequence will play out, is reversal signal, key level breakout, trend retest, and the rest is history, right? Whether that trend retest can hold for a new high and further expansion is to be seen. It's not a sure thing, but it is a fairly high percentage chance. Of course, then we need to roll it out to the 1 hour, and the 1 hour reversal has not set, but the longer that the price trends above the 50, the sooner this will set. Same order block here, invalidated to breaker block. This could be the revisiting of it for that expansion. But again, these things do invalidate as well. Not everything is set in stone. And then it's the 4 hour. And, the 4 hour, 200 exponential moving average, of course, that was going to be a rejection. That aligns with our previous bearish market structure shift, right? A lower low. So not great. There's definitely an area of price separation where we will reject from this point until we reclaim it, and then it will obviously turn into support where we can maybe bounce up off of it a couple times, right? The 9 EMA was holding throughout the day, showing a lot of strength. If we go into the 1 minute, not the 1 minute, the 15-minute chart here, and turn that on just for you guys to see. I don't use the 9 EMA. It's a little fast. But if you ever think that the stock is strong, you can take a look at it and notice that it will be holding as support, right? Typically, it gives a lot of false signals, but a lot of traders do like to use it as it would have been a good area to stop out. Like if you weren't using, and typically we just trade liquidity levels off the buy side here, but if you weren't using that and you were only using your EMAs, then the 9 would have been a really good, pull cord here to get out of any weeklies while you're still profitable, because they have decreased in value substantially off of that high. Now, it doesn't mean that we won't reclaim that high, right, and blow out the 4 hour 200, but it probably is A, not going to happen on its first go, and B, may not happen right away. Right? So it could not happen tomorrow. It could be Wednesday or Thursday, at which point these contracts are never coming back to the value they were here, right? Even if the price does and goes above it, because there's been so much decay off of it in comparison to, a weekly at Monday opens being sold Monday afternoon, right? There's zero theta decay on that. So it's always really good to be scaling out your profits based on your technicals, just as how we enter on them, right? And then we're still only have, our daily volume is 7 million, 7.16 million. A lot of people trade GameStop based on price, and that's fine. That's okay. I do on options as well. But for my common shares, I'm looking for volume, right? Just like GameStop is doing their bond offerings on high volume days, so too should you potentially, if it's fitting your trading style, scaling out, confirming some profits, getting some cash so you can buy in on the lows post-offering, right? Post-trend retest, rather than trying to hold through the highs even though we'll hit new highs later, but you can definitely just rebuy the trend retest, right? So scalp around your core position. If you're uncomfortable, 1%, build that comfortability up. Maybe you're doing 5, 15%. And even that alone will compound in your favor quite quickly. So aside from the technicals, which look really, really bullish all day. Now, I know we're rejecting here, but we need the trend retest before we, expand for more. And it is a long week ahead of us, right? If things continue in this trajectory, they look really, really good. However, I think it's just the market makers de-hedging because a lot of the call sellers are getting out of the way before Burry makes his post because he's a wild card. No one really knows what he's going to say, and nor do they want, that exposure, right? Nobody does. So whether or not it can continue to an upwards trajectory, I find to be unlikely, but I'd love to be proven wrong, right? There's no substantial catalyst other than Burry upcoming. And once that comes and goes, then everybody's just waiting until earnings again. And that's months down. That's like 3 months down the road, right? So again, I do expect that if Burry comes out and he doesn't really say much that nobody doesn't already know, and I do think that this downwards pressure that was relieved today will be reapplied, right? So let's be careful. Let's not say that this is the end. Oh my God, the squeeze 2.0 is happening because we just went through this, right? Again and again, and we'll continue to do so. They're always going to scream it for the YouTube views. Not here though. I would rather give you spot on technical analysis, right? And even ahead of time. I know a lot of you are here on the YouTube video recap, but if you're on the socials, this was in real time before the rejection happened, literally, and we even kind of tried to break through a little bit, but eventually, it holds true. We get the rejection. So, we're on Stock Twits as Hello Good Trades. We're also on Blue Sky for everybody, as well as Twitter, doing all of our TA live for you, as long as, any tinfoil or whatever happens to come through. So you're, on the pulse, right? We're also on the YouTube live stream from 12 until 4 Eastern every weekday this December. If we can get up to 100 viewers concurrent on the stream, we're going to do it forever. We're talking all year long until next December. So drop by, subscribe to the channel, Hello Good Trade. The live stream, like I said, every day, 12 till 4, giving you guys my technical analysis, trying to parse any new corporate information that comes our way, whatever it happens to be, right? And then teaching everybody all of it throughout the process, right? If you're unfamiliar, our last options play was anywhere between 40 and 140% gains, depending on where you're scaling out. And we had a couple different contracts, right? So playing out really well there. Make sure everyone confirmed their profits ahead of time. Just perfect guidance. Literally, we've not done anything wrong so far. And I'm sure that day will come. Nobody's perfect, but off to a fantastic start. So a lot of GameStop chatter in the Discord under our GameStonk, just sharing everything that comes up in the community while I'm not live, right? And then, kind of recapping that, and, we can all grow together, which is really cool. So check that out. I'm also doing my day trading for everybody in the watering hole if you're looking to learn more about my style of trading and how to utilize that. So today, we told everybody to watch early on ACMI. Here's my morning watch list. And then I even gave that to them again, updated watch list right at the top, AMCI. And what a banger, right? This is a D-spec. This morning, we gave this at 6 o'clock. We were down at 350. We gave it again at 7 o'clock at 350. And we traded upwards of $9. So not just the call out, but teaching everyone how to find them themselves. Imagine that, all for free in the Discord for you guys every single day this December. Let's try to get 100 viewers on that live stream so we can continue to do this for the rest of the year. Moving forward, GameStop does look in a really good spot. That 1 hour reversal wants to set, right? If we can kind of hold these levels, we're looking really good. The 4 hour on that note, potentially reversing already. The rejection off the 200 is to be expected can it hold, or do we invalidate that moving forward? That's going to be pretty cool. And then let me get into the kitty technicals as well as we jump over here, and then I can unpin this. Boom, save that, and we will show you the PMO on the 4 hour. So this is something we're watching today, right? We want this to reverse. They have started to converge on one another, which is really good. We want them to reverse, and then, we're back to our PMO smooth line, which is great because a lot of people are focused on the long-term forward, and the 1 day is really trying to reverse bullishly. Like, this is close. This looks great. However, and today was a really good help to have this move forward, because the 4 hour was looking, bad. It was diverging. It was crossed under bearishly. Where does it end, right? And so today, might be that it ended. So can it hold, right? Let's watch for the 4 hour to reverse, and then that's gonna, give us some confidence that the 1 day is actually gonna set with, some degree of certainty, right? So aside from that, comparing GameStop to the general market, I'm always doing the bottom trend, and it would appear that we're undervalued, but we can catch up in a little bit. And this is, you can put this wherever you want, really, but just try to get a good idea of, and basically we're undervalued no matter where you put it currently. But typically I like to get them to match up as close as I can off of a bottom trend line to get a truer answer. But no matter where you're putting it, it would seem that we're undervalued. And then, the RSI, that's kind of already bottomed out. Like, the pullback all at once event is what this should have been. Just like we ripped up all at once, we gave it back all at once too, which is really quite crazy. So we're basically hitting those levels that we did pre-rip, which is really, really, I'm on the 4 hours here. Which is really aggressive. We should be at the 1 day. So a little bit different, but maybe some room to go down on the 1 day. On the 4 hours, it's crazy how low we actually are, though. Truly, on the 4 hours, I didn't expect that. Using the 4 hour signals on the PMO on the RSI seems to be a little bit more accurate. Missing the bottom here just barely, but right before a massive run up, and then missing the top, right? Like, so this is the bottom RSI, and it missed the bottom price here, but just barely, right? But then still seeing massive price improvement over where it missed the bottom. And same as here, the 4 hour is a little early, right? Like, it's not at the peak. This is 23, and the peak, went up to 23.50. So it's not quite at the peak, but it's higher than where you pull back to. And that's, the main thing. It's kind of like the bird in the coal mine or whatever, right? Like the first warning that you'll see, I think, is this 4 hour RSI that gives you the, okay, maybe I want to start scaling out. So that's kind of what we're moving forward into, waiting for Burry to deliver his reports. I'm super interested in all of this, what he has to say, whether or not he's just confirming what we already assume. And even if it is just that, that's coming from an authority figure, right? That's coming from someone with a doctorate degree. I don't know where you're getting statistics from. Have you seen Fun with Dick and Jane? But this is someone who's in the industry, right? With, a high level of understanding and certainty of that. And that's, right on par for us. It's it couldn't be better. It's not just about the general market, which we're, relating our situation to very much so, but specifically about GameStop. And, I think that, there is a lot of potential for us to move forward based off of, this conversation that comes forward. But we don't know, is it going to be actionable? Is it, is it just confirming our biases, which is still great, or is it something that we can implement and move forward to improve the situation even further. I certainly would hope. I don't know though, right? We're gonna have to wait and see. Again, thank you for watching. Leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel, and join the live stream if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to see you. Of course, the Discord is open for everybody as well. Just give a Google "Hello Good Game" Linktree, and I'm sure it will come up just like this. You can click on that and join community Discord. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then we are in there all the time, so you can come by, introduce yourself, and we'd love to have you. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Nailed it. Okay. The Space King. Yes. So that's the market close. Ding, ding. We called the local high perfectly. Those contracts got priced down drastically, which is unfortunate. But, maybe the market gaps up tomorrow and I'm a dum-dum myself, right? Who really knows? That could be. So thank you all for watching. I hope you have a magical day, and I will see you all tomorrow on our next live stream. Take care. If you want to share our videos out to the community at large, that helps. Or you just want to maybe mention us to other communities. Maybe don't be too pushy, but we'll try to make it work. And maybe even let's make a list of them so I can start to engage with them on social media in a nice manner. I'll be polite. I'll play nicely. And all that. Yeah, we'll do more. We'll do more tomorrow. Take care.